wolfendom. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Rebooting. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Gosh, all I can think about is Felix.
Come take a look. There will definitely be
The
something
world
that catches your
remains
eye.
constant over the centuries. But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
That's what I'll make tonight.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Hey everyone. Sorry about that. I was just checking if everything works correctly. Just have some fun, explore for a little bit. And also I wanted to kind of do this event on stream, because I didn't do it yet, and I thought it would be quite fun to do it with you guys. So I guess let's wait a little bit for maybe other people to join up, and I guess we're gonna start with doing this event. Because I had it's pretty fun. I didn't try it before, but I think it's like a series of minigames where you can play with your friends and stuff. So it should be quite fun. I think I'll do it in co-op as well, just to make it a little bit more fun. If any of you guys want to join up, just let me know. I'll do it for now with like random people. And then later maybe we can do it together. I hope you've been doing well. Hope Genshin wasn't treating you too bad. Let's see what it's all about. I don't think I tried it yet, so it would be quite interesting to see what it has to offer. Never mind. Knocks slimes into the vine goals, but triggering the overload reaction with their faintly attack to score points. During the challenge, all party members cannot use the elemental burst. Oh, so it's like a football type of thing, but with slimes. That's pretty cool. Oh. I saw I was stuck there for a second. Oh, I guess somebody just disconnected, that's why. I thought it might be something on my end. Kind of fun. Let's see. Oh. Oh, I guess there's some obstacles now. It's kind of hard to predict how far they're gonna go. I'm still not sure what these yellow balls do, actually. Alright, that wasn't too bad. That's kind of interesting. It's like a fidget spinner simulator. I'm still not 100% sure what I'm doing. I'm just kind of spamming normal attacks and just hoping for the best.
Time. Time to go. Into the wind. One with nature. Wind and cloud. Time to go. Wind knows. Adorn my nature. Adorn my night. One with nature. Into the wind. My night. Bird call. One with wind and cloud. Bird shot. One with nature. Wind and cloud.
Having multiple Council House in one challenge is pretty insane. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Let's try the second one. I always start thinking that it's lag on my end whenever there's loading issue. I actually haven't played with Yellen that much, so I'm not 100% familiar with her abilities that well, but I think to sprint you need to hold it. Alright. Oops.
Take it easy.
Alright. I kinda like this minigame, it's pretty fun. Oops.
Take it easy.
Oh.
Take it easy.
Oh. I wasn't sure how to use that. My bad.
No.
Oh, I guess I took Hydra instead of Cryo. I see. That makes a little bit more sense. Pretty interesting mini games, to be honest. Like, I'm not usually a big fan of Genshin minigames, but those are pretty fun. Oops. As you can see, I haven't played with Sai there much either, so I'm not too familiar with your E-dash. Oh. I think I like that one the most, except for the Kazuha one. But Kazuha one was pretty much insanity incarnate. Like, I couldn't even see the screen half the time.
Committed to memory. Incoming. Committed to memory. Nowhere to hide. Make yourself a move. Feel light. This way turn a little. Speed of light. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Yourself a move. This way turn a little. Incoming. Hey. Back to the chase. Committed to memory. Yes. Don't blink.
That was pretty cool. Not the biggest fan of Kaching, but at least it was kind of fun. Oh, still in co-op? Never mind. Let's do... Oh, nah, I kind of want to do it in co-op. It's more fun that way. Well, shoot. Nah, I kind of want to do it in co-op. It's more fun that way. Oh, okay, there's no, like, specific challenges. Okay. Just making sure that I don't miss out on other stages. Alright, we're gonna play as my boy, Zhao. That's gonna be pretty fun. Fun fact, I actually don't own Zhao, which is a little bit unusual, considering my entire channel is blasted with him.
Useless. Boring. Useless. Boring. Worthless. Here. Boring. Useless. Boring. Here. Worthless. Boring. Here.
I think this one is my favorite so far. Not sure why, but it is. Oh, by the way, fun fact, the reason why I chose Zhao as my, like, profile pic and, like, banner stuff is just because I kind of look like him, and that was the only reason. Not because I kind of like him as a character even that much, although I do, but it was just kind of like, it was between Zhongli and him, and I just felt like too many people have Zhongli for respectable reasons. Alrighty. I probably should get Zhao in the future just so I'm not a fraud. I'm not gonna get him C6 though, maybe like C1 or C2, I'll see.
Steady as stone. Huh. I must leave no stone unturned. Huh. Yeah. I'll catch up.
Well, it's the same as Razor one. Well, that's a bit disappointing. I was expecting something new. Although it is kind of fun just smashing rocks.
Steady as stone. Someone needs assistance. I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up night shoe. As a dutiful maid would. Leave it until
It is a little bit more fun than Razor one though, just because Noel's sword becomes massive, so you can pretty much just clip the entire row.
steady as stone. As a good night should. Time for fire Fire hazard.
I just assume you kinda need to shoot his weak spot to deal more damage.
A pest for free. Fire hazard. Here come the fireworks.
That was pretty cool. Killed some rune guards. Let's see what the last one has to offer. I kinda wish Hoyoverse just left minigames like this just for fun in a game. So that was something to do with like your friends and we just update them every now and again. That would be kinda cool.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Oh, hey, kid. Hey, Zena. Sorry, I didn't notice you guys. Just a little bit. Was busy with you and Mia. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you both are doing fine as well. Oh, all right. I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing. Oh, I see. Ah, I see, I see. I thought I had to, like, ricochet them. To look at the wall. That kind of makes more sense. This kind of, if baseball was fun, that what it kind of would look like. Oops. How did I miss that? Oh, right, that was pretty cool. I hope you guys enjoy them. Just doing some fun challenges today. And maybe a little bit overall exploring. Oh, I see. Like this. Can't pick it up. I see. This one is a little bit strange. So I'm not exactly sure if I should hold it or not. But this one is a little bit janky with Jean's elemental skill, since you can't really aim it that well. Alright, I give up on this one. Come on. As you can tell, I don't play Jean too often. So... Come on. This one is my least favorite so far. Simply because I don't really understand how to play it. Alright, I went in. That's pretty good. I don't know if it's just me, but like, I'm pretty sure Jean not supposed to do this type of stuff. Like, her skill is not the best for this. Come on, just go in. Finally, Jesus. I didn't like that one very much. Oh, for me, it's 3 o'clock, guys. Yeah, sorry I'm spacing out a little bit, just trying not to be a burden to my teammates in the event.
Its duty as it.
But yeah, I live in UK, so for me it's almost 4 o'clock. Like about 15:38, I think.
My apologies. I have dishonored.
I kinda like this call-in collecting type of minigames. It's kind of fun. Although there's a risk in this one of you actually dying, since if you run out of stamina and water, you pretty much just drown. So I kinda like that. Since unlike with Thayu, you can't really die, since her elemental skill doesn't really consume stamina. Unless you intentionally do it. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Let's do some random ones. See how it goes. Hopefully get some fun ones. Oh, my favorite one. That's good. I'm dreading doing the Jean one again. I hope it's not gonna show up. Alright boys, let's do this. Let's jump a little bit. Like, Xiao, in my opinion, has one of the coolest ults in Genshin. Although it is kind of a shame that it drains his HP, otherwise he pretty much doesn't really need anyone.
Worthless. Here. Worthless. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Worthless. Useless.
The only thing that I'm not the biggest fan of Zhao is that he pretty much repeats the same lines over and over again, which is useless, lament, and I think the other one, worthless, over and over again. So he's not the most fun, in a traditional way, character to play as. If you don't want to hear, like, words like that every 2 seconds. But other than that, I do love him. Alright, Yunjin has right. I kind of forgot how her skill works for a second. Oh, mess that one up a little bit. This event kind of reminds me of the one on, like, Summer Island one, where you had to play, like, baseball. But this one is a little bit more fun. Golden Apple Archipelago, I think it was called. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there was, like, a baseball minigame there. And it wasn't the greatest. But this one is a little bit more fun. It's Wolf Boy time. Let's go crush some rocks. Alright, that was pretty fun. I'm glad I didn't get the Jean one, otherwise I would have been very unhappy. See if we got all the rewards already. No, we need to do it 2 more times. Please don't be Jean. I beg you. I can't bother with doing that again. Oh, I don't think I actually got that one last time. That's gonna be interesting. Oh, hey. Hey, Greg. Been a while. Sorry I didn't stream for a while. Was a bit busy. I know I promised you to play with you more, but was a little bit busy. Should be a bit more free nowadays. Just was some work stuff. Okay.
Right now. Right here. Ha, right now. Right here. Right here. Hold the line. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
I'm not 100% sure how Yamiko's turrets work, because I don't think I played with her that well, or that often, really.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
I do know that they had some sort of bug going on with them, and I'm not exactly sure if it got fixed or not.
A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now. Emerge. Right now. Emerge. A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge. Allow me. Covenant of the Deep.
Oh, again, Razor one, come on. Give me something new. Oh, sorry to hear that, Greg. Hope you're doing well right now. Yeah, I was sick not that long ago for a few days as well. Being sick is not cool. Kind of messes you up for a few days, just can't do anything. I used to love being sick when I was a kid, like back in school. But as soon as you realize that you kind of can actually get sick, otherwise it impacts your entire life, it's not as cool anymore, unfortunately. I don't mind doing Zhao one again. That's always fun. Oh yeah, good night, kid. Sorry, didn't notice it a little bit before.
Useless. Worthless. 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 Here. Worthless. Here.
Good thing I can hear every single Zhao's voice line. Otherwise it would be like worthless non-stop. And I don't think I want to hear that. Alright, that was pretty cool. Let's see if I did all of them. One more. Okay, let's do one more. There we go. I guess a lot of people still play it. Because the event's kinda old nowadays. I mean, it's been more than a week. I'm kinda surprised that it finds party so quickly. But I guess people just don't have anything else to do. So they just play this event over and over again. Which can't blame me, it's pretty fun when you get the cool minigames. Kinda a shame that we don't get any new ones. Because I'm not exactly sure how many actual minigames there are. Since I didn't have the Yamiko before, even though I did all 4 challenges together.
A blade embraces its
Because at first I thought it was like just gonna be challenges from 1 to 4 that we already did.
remains unfinished.
All right. I guess I'll go here.
And leap.
Let's see.
And leap. And leap. Observe. And leap. Observe. And leap step. Observe.
Oh, hey, Junes. I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well as well. Sorry. Just trying to concentrate on this thing. Got my words jumbled a little bit.
And leap. Observe. Observe. And step. And leap. And leap. And step. Leap. And leap. And step. And leap. Observe. And step. Observe. And leap. Observe.
Okay, that should be all for the event, as far as I can see. Let's check. Yeah, looks like it. Alright, that was pretty fun. I guess we'll start doing daily stuff. And I also need to do some, like, weeklies. Because I haven't done them yet, it's already Saturday.
Add Astra.
Let's see. Well, I mean, it's not the craziest amount of Primus you can get, but it's pretty good. We take what we can get. I don't think I have any interesting dailies today. They're all pretty standard.
I see everything.
Probably should start thinking of building like actual teams for Spiral Abyss. Because I've been kind of slacking on this account.
Be still.
I've just been doing dailies, I didn't really do anything else. Because I do have like a quite good roster of characters to choose from. I was kind of thinking of building like a either Hyper Bloom team with like Nahida. I think I'll probably go, this will be like one team. Nahida, Raiden, Shincho and Ayata. And probably for the second one, I'm kind of thinking of just building like a semi-national team. Like Bennett plus Zhanling. Maybe actually melt team like with Kaya plus Changyun. Quite a few options. You can also like stick Sucrose in there, I guess. Or maybe I can just take out Xingqiu and replace her with like Dory, I guess. Just for a little bit of heal in this team. And then just actually build a national team. Not 100% sure what I'm gonna do yet with this account, but I'm gonna try to build something fun. I mean, if you want Greg, like, I'm not the biggest team know-it-all. Like, I'm not usually doing Spiral Abyss that often. Like, I clear it, but I just don't bother that much. I know, like, basic teams.
Everyone hold hands.
But when it comes to, like, actually building a working comp, I'm not that knowledgeable. Like, I know some people, like, build their characters in a specific way, so they complement each other. Like, for example, just building, like, specific amount of elemental mastery or, like, recharge. So they have, like, a smooth transition every single rotation. But I'm not really that smart to do that, so I just kind of build whatever works for the most part.
I see everything.
Be still.
I still kind of wish I had Zhongli on this account, just because I got so used to Zhongli. Like, Zhongli is such a good character, but he also hinders you massively. Because if you play with Zhongli, you know that as soon as you don't play with Zhongli, your skill level drops to pretty much bottom. Like, you can't dodge for the love of you. Like, there's no way you dodge even the simplest attacks just because you got so used to Zhongli just protecting you from everything. And I had that issue for a while, where I just wouldn't dodge because I got so conditioned into thinking that Zhongli will protect me.
Cascade.
That's why I kind of stopped playing with Zhongli that much. Just because the comfort he provides is both good and not good, depending on how you look at it.
There is no escape. Rain outlines your...
Oh, hey, player. No, well, I guess you can say it's my main. Like, I have other accounts at higher adventure rank, but I don't really play them that often just because they kind of became boring for me, I guess you can say. So, I don't really play them, but I do have them. If I guess that qualifies as a main. But I play this account probably the most, I want to say. Not like on a daily basis, but like I do dailies on it. So, probably yes, I guess. I mean, I agree, Junes. I'm not saying like there's pretty much nothing in the overworld you can one-shot. But like for Spiral Abyss especially, it hinders you massively if you just play with Zhongli. That's why I appreciate Corrosion, because Corrosion actually made me stop playing with Zhongli. Because if Corrosion never existed, the chances are I would never stop playing with Zhongli. I would just keep playing with him until I would become so bad that I wouldn't be able even dodge like simple Hilichurl's attacks, like arrows, the ones that go with like a speed of 1 kilometer an hour. You pretty much just can step aside and dodge them. I would probably not be able to do that, so I was glad for Corrosion. I know many people weren't, but that was the one reason why I was. Let's see, what else can we do? I guess let's do some bosses. I didn't really... Did I do weekly ones? No. I guess let's do them. Actually, should probably bring Bennett. just for a little bit of heal, just in case I do need it. Probably won't, but you never know.
Gonna be epic.
Oh, no worries, and good night. Have a good day. You do have a point, Junes, but like, you forget that we have Bennett, and Bennett is like pretty much the best character in the game, and it buffed him immensely, even more than it should. But I do agree that like could call me, and even in some cases Barbara, because like before Corrosion came, no single player played with Barbara for real. Like, it was mostly just for laughs. But as soon as Corrosion came, people actually started playing Barbara for real. Oh, didn't mean to press that. Oh well. But yeah, personally, I never played with healers. I never liked healers. Just because I'd rather play on edge, like just don't take damage. Because it kind of makes it more fun, at least for me. Because if you have healers, you pretty much just don't really need to worry about mechanics that much. You can just bypass them. And Genshin is already pretty much as easy as it can be. So there's no need to make it even more easy. I don't actually need to go to another platform, but I guess I might as well. Because it doesn't really do that much damage. I can actually have the same issue with Raiden as I had with Zhongli, but for a different reason. Because Raiden allows you to, like, not worry about elemental recharge at all. So whenever I actually use Raiden, I don't like build ER at all, even though you should. Because like otherwise it screws up your entire rotation in a way. So yeah, some characters are just too good, I guess you can say. I might have the same issue with Nahida, to be honest, in the future, because like every single Archon is just too convenient, I guess you can say. Let's see, is there anything good? I mean, it's 4 stars, but might as well check them out. No. Not even Dream Solvent. Unbelievable. I actually have the best luck on the lower, like, boss levels for actual prototypes of weapons. Like, every single time I played the highest difficulty, like, any boss pretty much, I would almost never get these. But, for some reason, whenever I played, like, I don't know, like, these bottom 3, I would almost weekly get at least one. And I don't know if it's intentional, but it might be a crazy conspiracy theory, but I think MiHoYo boosts the chance for these for lower players. I'm just saying. I might be talking out of my ass, and I probably am, but I'm just saying, like, keep an eye out for that. Because it happened to me a lot. Like, on my one of my accounts that I used to play quite often, I didn't level up for, like, almost a year, just because I didn't feel like it. And I would always do, like, every single week, low level Dvaling and, like, Boris, and I think Azhdaha as well. And almost every single week I got at least one prototype. I had, like, at least 10 of each by the time I stopped playing there, without even me trying to get them. And compared to my main, where I did every single boss, like Raiden and Signora, and I almost never got it. Like, it would be really, really rare for me to get a prototype. I had maybe 4 of each at most after playing for almost 2 years. So, I don't know. Like I say, it might be a crazy conspiracy theory, but I think Mihoyo tries to just rail like new players in by boosting the chances for them of getting good stuff. And I mean, screwing over old players is just what they do.
There is no escape.
I'm pretty sure now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I ever got one from level 90. I think most of the ones I ever got was from 80 as well, Greg, so... I don't know.
Everyone will be
Once again, it could be just our luck is pretty bad on those, because I wouldn't be surprised, but... I actually do wonder how, like, high percentage of them dropping. Because I don't think it's higher than, like, 5%. There's no way. I would guess it's like 2% at most. Oh, come on, Boris. Don't be that mean.
I see everything.
I hate this stage of him when he just runs around like crazy. So annoying. Because they can't even do damage to him, you just kind of need to wait for like a minute. Unless you can one-shot him. I think if you one-shot him, he kind of skips this phase entirely. But you need Eula for that, or like Dilek, with like crazy amount of elemental mastery. To just like bank on the elemental reactions. Or with Eula, I guess, you don't really need to worry about that.
Make yourselves at home. Go in. Torn to oblivion. Shine down. Absurd. There is no escape.
Alright. Let's see what we get. Dream Soul is actually as well, like, I get these pretty often on like lower levels, but on higher levels it's much more difficult. Like I still get them, obviously, but I think on my like level 56 account, I have only like 40 of these after playing for almost 2 years. And I know some people that are like level 30 or like 40 who have like almost 100 of these. And I just don't know if that's my luck. But for some reason I can't get like the best drops from bosses for the love of me. Like I don't think I ever got a single good artifact from a single boss. Not a single time. Like there wasn't a single time I got something good. I think the best artifact I ever got from boss was like 3 stats, like double crit, like crit rate, crit damage, and I think it was attack percent. And but the fourth roll was like flat defense, so I didn't bother rolling it. No, I actually did roll it, but I think, as you would expect, everything went into flat defense, so I wasn't too happy about that. Let's just put it nicely. And yeah. So bosses, I guess I'm just cursed with like boss lag. Like they just don't like me overall. And I don't know why.
To bask in the sunlight like this are few and far between.
Well, to be fair, I do get decent enough artifacts from like domains. It's just mostly bosses. Like I never got a god roll. Like not a single time I ever got like above 50 crit value a single artifact. Like not a single time, but I did have a few decent ones, like over 40. I know you, Greg, have a few, like, don't lie to me. You have better luck than me, at least. Like, no way you're gonna tell me that you don't have good luck on your artifacts. I saw them, you can't lie to me. I guess we can actually go on that account and just check it out, because I actually don't remember what I have. I'll just try to, like, dry out the resin on this one, and then we can probably do dailies on that one as well. And I'll show you what I mean when I say I can't function without Zhongli nowadays. Because my playstyle when I play with Zhongli is like, just stand in one place and don't move. Just press E continuously and sometimes Q. And that's the entire playstyle for me. I just can't function without him. And that's a real problem I have.
Illusion shattered. Let's light it up. There is no
Cascade.
I guess that's all of them? Yep. Should be good. Come on.
Let's light it up.
Just one. That's not what you like to see. Actually, let's check which bosses I actually do need for, like, materials. I'm not exactly... I did 67 of these just because I can one-shot it pretty much in, like, one rotation. So it's just the easiest one to do. I don't actually need that many. I guess I'll do one of the cryo ones, because I don't really have that many of those. Might as well.
Shine down. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Committed to memory.
Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
That's not what you want to hear, Greg. Sorry to hear that, but... I mean, you do have plenty already, I'm just saying. Which domain? This one? Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. On this account, I didn't complete almost anything. I didn't complete a single domain. The only one I did is this one. And not even this one. Like, you forget, Greg, that this account is level 25. And at the same time, if you look at this, if you take a peek at this, you might realize why. I'm not gonna say I'm lazy. I'm not, but you could. I don't know what you think about this. But I'm just saying. You know, I want to describe myself as the most completionist types ever. I'm more of a hoarder, if anything. And I'm exceptionally unwilling to do anything unless I need to. So, there you go. That's why I don't really do much. I think on one of my accounts, like... It's so stupid. On one of my accounts, I played for almost a year. I gathered every single chest. And I was still level 25. So I had almost 500,000 EXP. And I went from level 25 straight to like level 56 or 57. And I don't know why I did it. I couldn't even remember. I couldn't be bothered to complete these. Like, I just remember that it takes like 10 to 20 minutes to do it. And I was like, I just don't want to. I just don't feel like wasting my time, you know? So, I just pretty much collected every single chest without ever leveling up. I wish I had it recorded, because, like, it's hard to believe, but that's the amount of dedication, or undedication, I guess you could say, I have towards not completing stuff. So...
Transfers of supplies must be reported.
I mean, I know it's free. I'm just saying, like, I probably will do it. Just, I don't know when, and I don't know how or why. But I will do it at some point, I promise. It's just... That's why I wanted to do this account on stream, because, like, if I was doing this account on my free time, I probably would never level it up to above 25. I just wouldn't be bothered. So I kind of forced myself to stream just so I actually do something on it. And I almost never do these either, just because I hate it. Like, I hate Mondstadt version of reputation quests, just because it's so annoying to deal with. Like, I just couldn't be bothered to, like, look for traces. It's like one of the most unappealing mechanics imaginable. And I'm really glad that they got rid of it in, like, in Azuma. I'm not 100% sure if they still have it in Sumeru. But yeah, I would always just do it in Azuma, just because that was the only place that will allow me to just blast through them in, like, 2 minutes. And for Mondstadt, you need to spend, like, half an hour just running around looking for these clues. Where is it? Yeah, see, that's what I mean, like... It's just so annoying looking for them. Oh, there you go.
Shine down.
But yeah, I think I can level this account to at least 40 at this point in time. And that's without me collecting, like, almost any chests. Like, I think I have only, like... Let's check. How many? Oh yeah, 260. So I didn't even collect every single chest in Mondstadt. And I don't think I collect any in Leeway. Yeah, I opened, like, 2. So... that should tell you something. I still have, like, maybe 300k sitting around in XP in chests that I can just get at some point. I'll probably will level it up just so I can do, like, artifacts domains. Because I'm not gonna do low level ones. It's kind of a waste of resin. Where was it? Like, I'm so bad at navigating with this elemental vision thing. I always can't tell which direction it points half the time.
There is no escape. This may hurt a little.
Where is it? Oh, there you go. Now that makes it easier. No, he's immune to Electra. That's not good.
Share my knowledge. Early
Oh.
in the morning, everybody stand back!
Be still. Mind the deluge.
I always like Ruin Gods. Just something about the aesthetic is really cool. Especially those flying ones. You don't see them too often in Overworld though. I think there's only like 2 or 3 in Leeway. Let's see. 2 more. But yeah, I should probably force myself to start leveling up at some point, because it's pretty ridiculous that I have so much XP and just couldn't be bothered to do the Ascension quest. But, to my defense, you don't really need to level up in order to play Genshin. Like, unless you're doing Spiral Abyss, you don't really need artifacts at all. You can just kill everything anyway. Well, at least this place is kind of flat, so it's not too bad. But that mountain is like one of the worst where you can do this quest, because sometimes you just need to climb it, and sometimes you need to go down it. It just takes so much time. Okay, that way. And I have a little bit of like ADHD, so I get bored extremely easily. If you can't tell. So if something is tedious, I kind of drop it almost immediately. Because I just can't be bothered. Oh, there it is. Should be. Okay. So was these slimes?
Shine down!
I swear, this is like the least fun part of Genshin. Like, say what you will about Genshin, it's exceptionally fun, except for all the tedious stuff that you actually need to do. Like this.
There is no the Temple of Wisdom! I'm going in! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
The depths back.
Everyone hold hands! There is no escape!
Alright, and the last one. I mean, yeah, Leowine's pretty bad, but that's what I meant. Overall, like, that's why I like Inazuma's ones. Because Inazuma ones, I think all they did is just made them harder, which is fine. I mean, it's not that hard, it's just harder, comparatively. But at least there, you don't need to spend like 5 minutes each time just to search for clues. Which just, it's not fun. Like, if they made it fun, you know, then it would be fine, but it's not. And that's kind of the problem that I have with some of Genshin stuff, that it's not fun. Like the same thing I have with like artifact re-rolling. I like the idea of re-rolling artifacts, I just don't like the idea of grinding for them. Because sometimes I had like, I don't know, months, 2 sometimes, where I would just do like the same domain over and over again, and it just wouldn't drop anything good. Like, and if it did drop something, every time I would try to roll it, it would just give me nothing good, like roll-wise. It would just either all go into like flat stats, or just go into stats that I don't really care about. That's probably the only like pet peeve I have with Genshin. Everything else I don't really mind that much. Like, you don't really need to get like characters. Any of them really. You can beat the entire game with like starter characters. Same with like weapons. Like, I don't think you need a single 5-star weapon like at all, ever. The only time you actually need 5-star weapons is if you want like speedrun stuff. But even then, it doesn't really matter that much. Where is it? But yeah, that's why like I play Genshin more casually. Because like, I'm usually a very competitive individual. Like, I used to play a lot of MMOs when I was younger. And I used to like a lot of PvP. So I'm pretty competitive, and that's one thing that I'm actually glad that Genshin doesn't have a competitive aspect to it. Because if it did, you know that it wouldn't be good. Because like every single person that had like C6 characters would just pretty much obliterate everyone else if Genshin did have PvP. Although maybe like card game is going to be like the new PvP in Genshin. Hopefully it's going to be fun. Maybe it's going to be like a new Hearthstone of sorts. Because I do like card games. Like, I used to be a really big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a child. Like, I used to watch the show. I used to like trade cards and stuff. I was never really into Pokemon cards. I know they were like pretty big. At least in the area that I grew up in. But I was never really into Pokemon to begin with. I was more of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like other cartoons type stuff. Like SpongeBob was pretty big for me when I was a child. I pretty much grew up with it from like the age of 6 till like 12. Pretty much just shaped almost half my childhood. The same was like with certain animes. Like, I think my first anime I ever watched was Bleach. And even though Bleach is not like the greatest anime ever made, just because it was one of the first I ever watched, it just made like a huge impact on me.
Be still.
So I have the same thing with like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because like Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime was... It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like incredible. But yeah, I just loved it, just because it kind of shaped my love for like fighting, both games and movies and any genre, really like books as well. Because anything to do with fighting, I'm a really big fan of. I always wanted to try actually like Magic the Gathering, like card game, but I never had like the patience to actually learn how to play it. So I always stuck with like, I played Hearthstone for maybe, I don't know, like a year at some point when I was like 16 or something. And it was really fun. But I kind of got bored of it. And the main reason why I actually even got into Hearthstone was because I did play like WoW for, I don't know, 2-3 years when I was like 10. Because I played like the expansion of Lich King when it kind of came out. And I played it till like the new one after that. And I think after that I kind of go into like WoW a little bit. And at a certain point I kind of dropped it, but I still kind of like the game and the overall like characters, aesthetic. So I got into Hearthstone at that point. But I also dropped it because it was kind of pay to win at a certain point when you get like into higher ranking stuff.
Inactivities.
So I never liked it for that reason that much. But I hope the Genshin one wouldn't be like pay to win at all. Like I hope you can just get the characters. Because otherwise it would be pretty dead on arrival, I think, for most people. Because Genshin already has plenty of pay-to-win stuff. Like constellations, weapons, refinements, stuff like that. I don't think it needs any more. Because if they... I hope to God they're not gonna do like booster packs or something for like cards that you're gonna get, like upgrade them or something. Because if they do, I just don't know. I hope it's just gonna be like a fun little mini game that you can play with your friends and like compete. Because you can make like tournaments and stuff with it. I think it would be pretty fun. Because like most mini games that Genshin has, like fishing, like animal catching, all of those, they have fun, but they don't really have something like special about them, if that makes sense. Like they all just kind of feel plain, in a sense. Where was the other three? Did I not accept them? I was sure that I accepted all of them. Oh, I guess I didn't. Yeah, that was weird. Because I could swear I thought I did accept all of them. But yeah, as I said, hopefully the card game will be good. Because like, if it's not gonna be good, the problem is then, I think a lot of people are already on edge of whether they should play Genshin or not. Ever since that live stream, or like interview I guess, the Teyvat executives did about no endgame, and a lot of people got kinda bummed out about it. I was like kinda in the middle, I guess, because I don't see Genshin as like the best game ever made, you know, but a lot of people do. And like, they obviously want it to be better than it is. And I kind of do as well. I mean, there's no wrong with wanting a game to be better, especially if it's a good game. But at the same time, I was like, if there's not going to be endgame, then Genshin all is going to be is just like a fun exploration type game where you can just log in every now and again. Spend like an hour or two maybe, collect a few chests here and there, kill a few hilichurls, and just log out, which I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's a bad thing only from perspective of like hardcore players who actually want something to like test the limits. And if you have like C6 characters with like R5 refinement weapons, I do understand why you would want endgame. But if you're like a casual player that doesn't really care about like meta, or even cares about like most characters at all, I don't think it really impacts majority of people. It's just like, I'd say it probably impacts about like 10 to 20% of people, which is still a lot, but I think it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be like anything to do when you like complete everything. I think it would just mean that like there wouldn't be anything that like to test your limits in a sense, if I understood it correctly. Because like I think they just view Spiral Abyss as an end game,
Strange wanderer near
and like all they really need to do if they do see it like that is just make new floors, like make it like Tower of Challenges or something in other games. Just make like, I don't know, 50 to 100 floors that you can like challenge every month. You just get rewards based on how far you climb. Oh, another thing that I personally think would be like really fun to do is like raid bosses. I don't know if Genshin ever gonna implement mechanics like that, but I think if there's like some sort of raid boss, like in Tower of Fantasy they have some, where you can just like group up with like 10 to 20 people and just like go ham on them. Kind of like we have weekly bosses, but like just make like 10 times bigger, like the size of Scaramouche boss, and just make like 10 to 20 people fight it. I think that would be quite fun. Because as of right now, like every single weekly boss you can pretty much solo it. You don't really need other players at all. And I think that's what Genshin struggled the most, is that it's not really a co-op type game, because you don't really have much to do in co-op. Like, yeah, you can run around with your friends and like do a few domains here and there, but like there's no like specifically co-op oriented like game mode, I guess, in Genshin. And that's what most people don't really like, because they want to play Genshin with somebody else instead of playing it alone. And I'm one of those people as well, like, honestly. So that's why I'm looking forward to the card game, but as I say, it's not necessarily a bad thing that it won't be like test your limits type thing coming out to Genshin. At least not anytime soon. It might change, you never know. Because like companies that tend to change their mind, if they probably see that there would be like a benefit to them making an end game, they probably will do it. I think now they're just more focused on actually like getting more new players involved, and as soon as they realize that they have like enough players, I guess, as it is, they probably will start catering towards existing players. Or if somebody like makes another Genshin type game that's actually good, like Blue Protocol or whatever, or some others, because that's what Tower of Fantasy was supposed to be, but it failed at it, unfortunately. So there wasn't ever a chance of it competing, I guess, simply because it didn't have the mechanics as it promised. Like, it didn't have like co-op in the overworld where you can just, because it promised like MMO type experience, and it's not really that. And I think that's what most people want. Most people want just Genshin but co-op, like MMO type co-op. And as somebody who, as I said, played World of Warcraft for around 3 years, I guess, 2 maybe, I do understand the appeal of MMOs. Like, most people just want to like log in every single day. Like, most people are not hardcore gamers, you know? Most people just want to log in for a few hours every single day, just have a few laughs with their friends, do some like raids or whatever, and just log out. That's what most people see games as. But I do understand that there's a certain like percentage of people, like going back to WoW, I know it's a little bit off topic, it's not about Genshin, but just as an example. So in WoW you have like mythic raids, and you have like different type of like raid difficulties, and like I think the upper echelon of raids only about 1% of actual players complete at all, or even attempt. And the majority of people just do whatever they want raid-wise, just like low-level stuff, just hang around with their guild, like make community and stuff. And I think that's what Genshin kind of lacks, because I think what Genshin right now appeals to is only casual players.
No purpose whatsoever.
There's nothing to do for hardcore players, and that's majority of people who actually like are dedicated to this game are hardcore players. And if you don't really appeal to them, you're kind of losing a large population of your game, in a sense, because, like, if you only have casual players, you don't really have a community at that point, because, like, casual players don't really care about the game that much. All they care about is, like, where they can spend a few hours every single day, just kill some time, maybe do something fun. But yeah, Genshin doesn't have that. The most you can do is like domains. But the problem with that is that resin is capped. So you can do like at the most 8 runs if you don't want to do like condensed resin. And that would take probably half an hour at most if you take it slowly. And at that point, like, if you already collected every single chest that is available, you don't really have anything else to do. Like, there's nothing for you to do. You can go kill bosses, I guess, but it's not gonna, like, be that fun, really. And at a certain point, it's just gonna become, like, repetitive. To the point where you don't really want to do it. So, I don't know, it's just kind of my thoughts on it. Because, like, I used to take Genshin seriously when I just started, about a year and a half ago. I used to, like, log in every single day. I used to do, like, as soon as resin is capped, I used to condense it, and then, like, do double runs of condensed resin every single 2 days or so. I used to, like, collect every single ore. I used to go do artifacts, like, roots, for, like, 1-star artifacts grinds. And at a certain point, I just kind of got tired of it, and I stopped doing it. Which I kind of feel what most people feel like. At a certain point, they just kind of give up on grinding. Because they either realize that it's not fun anymore, as it used to be, or they just realize there's no point of doing it. And for me, it was kind of a mixture of both, really. Because after you beat Spiral Abyss, there's really nothing else for you to do. Like, you don't need good artifacts for anything else. Like, in Overworld, you can pretty much just slaughter everything with nothing. Like, you don't even need 4-star weapons. You can use 3-star weapons and, like, 3-star artifacts and still demolish everything. So, I think that's the majorest issue the Genshin has. So it doesn't have something for, like, super dedicated people to do. And I think a balance between, like, casuals and, like, super dedicated players is really important. Because if you have one or the other, just as a whole, then it either makes your game exceptionally toxic, because, like, once again, going back to WoW, like, there's 2 types of communities. One community that's exceptionally, like, gatekeeping, which they don't want anyone to, well, at least from what I remember, they don't like casual players. They want people who are actually dedicated to the game. And if you go to, like, a raid or something, about 10 years ago now, so don't take my word for it now, I'm not sure how it is now, but it used to be, if you go to a raid and you just want to have fun, and you don't, like, really want to pay attention, and just want to have a good time, you most likely would be kicked, because it's not about having fun, it's about not wasting other people's time when you're doing raids. And if you don't, like, pay attention, it's really easy to, like, cause an entire party wipe. So nobody really wants, like, casual players in their raids. And this kind of isolates those people that don't want to, like, put time and effort into games. They just want to have fun from the actual game. And what they do, they either find like-minded people and just play with them, or they quit the game entirely. Which I think what might happen with, like, majority of people if there won't be something fun to do. Because either, like, extremely dedicated players, like, move on to something else, like, I don't know, Tower of Fantasy or something, or, like, whichever other games they enjoy more. And for those that just kind of play casually, they most likely will leave anyway at a certain point as soon as they get bored, because like they don't have attachment to the game. All they're doing it for is just something to do, and because it's probably popular. Because like games don't have a massive amounts of lifespan. The only games that have like very large lifespans, like League of Legends or like Dota 2 or some other MMOs, that like World of Warcraft, is only because they kind of add new things all the time. And if you don't add new things all the time, like people just get bored of what they have, and they just try to either do something that is more fun for them within the game, and just completely ignore like core mechanics. Like a lot of people, even in Genshin, like on YouTube scene, they just kind of do like either meme videos or like just some fun little snippets that they find interesting. There's not that many people that actually do like guides or stuff like that. There's only like a few. Just because you don't really need a guide, like in Genshin. As soon as you understand like how artifacts, how weapons, how team comps work, you really don't need help that much. Because even if you don't know how to build a team, you kind of just put together whatever works, and it's usually more than enough for you to just blast through every single piece of content there is in Genshin. That's kind of my thoughts on it. I don't know if you agree, guys, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get like serious all of a sudden. It's supposed to be a pretty chill live stream, but I just thought I'd share my opinion on the like overall state of Genshin. Because don't get me wrong, I love the game. I really do. I find the game extremely fun. I find it extremely satisfying to play. It's one of the probably best games I ever played. It's just, it has a lot of flaws, unfortunately. And like, I don't want to see it like do bad or anything. Like obviously it does well. I just would like from like MiHoYo themselves to kind of put a little bit more consideration for players rather than just people who never played the game. Because like they're more catering towards people who actually never play the game rather than people who do play the game. And I don't know if that's like the best course of action. I'm not like the sales manager or anything, but I just kind of feel like if you only pay attention to what those that still not play and just ignore people who actually do care about the game and put hours, money and effort into it, as well as build a community with it, it's kind of either gonna make people feel like they're not valued, or it's just gonna make people just not care about the game at all and just play it because there's nothing else for them to do. And in both cases, it's not really that great, at least in my opinion. Because even me, like, I obviously do YouTube stuff for Genshin, but like, I only play Genshin not because I overly love the game. I mean, I do, but it's just nothing else really for me to play that I'm interested in. Like, I did consider doing live streams on other games, but like, when you look at it, there's not much really other game for you to play nowadays. In the same genre at least, except like Tower Fantasy, which I might give a shot actually, because I never played it before, but it might be fun. Because I did hear quite a lot of people enjoy it. I also even consider going back to League every now and again. Because I used to play a League back in like 2017 or something. For a little bit. And it used to be pretty fun. I don't know how it does now. But I kind of want to try it for more of the... like the mini game. The one where you like... ascend your characters and like make them fight. Like it's like a card game, but not really. I kind of want to try that because I never did before. I think that might be fun. Oh, hey, Chan. I guess we can move on onto the other account now. We might do the other events that I don't really have unlocked here. It might be kind of fun doing it. I think it was the one where you get like Dory for free. I actually never done it before, so we might do it now. Just see how it goes. Just give me a sec, I'll re-log in into the account. I'm not sure what I was doing, why I have only Jean-Lee in my party. But I was doing something. Just can't remember what it was.
Swiftly. Sure.
Who else should I put? Let's see. I guess Shincho.
Justice.
And let's do Deona.
Hunt begins. Add Astra.
I don't actually remember the last time I played seriously on this account. I don't think I did dailies for it in over... since July. But yeah, I kind of wanted to try maybe this quest. To see what it's about. Let's see, where is it? Oh, right. I don't have Sumer unlocked here. I guess we might as well unlock it then. But yeah, I didn't try Sumer at all. I probably can do actually... I probably can just do like the actual quest.
I still...
I guess I didn't do majority of quests here. That's kind of interesting. Alright, let's actually do Kazuha quest, because I've never done it before, and I'm kind of interested in it.
I go back.
Because Kazuha is one of my favorite characters, and I'm actually quite curious about his story. Indeed, it has, Paimon, been at least a year.
So many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today? Huh? What's up?
Oh, who's this?
Hey, what the heck was that for?
Oh, that's a pretty cool sword. Never seen that one before.
An attack, huh?
But yeah, basically, this is my play style when I play Zhongli. I just kind of switch to Diluc and just spam normal attacks. That's all I'm doing. I don't really like move even that often. Well, that didn't go as planned.
I will have order. Solidify.
Huh? So you don't have a vision after all? Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait. Even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
I don't know about that, Paimon. If you attack someone, I'm pretty sure you know it's dangerous. I'm just saying.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha?
Indeed, I have. He is one of the best boys you'll ever meet.
He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animal vision.
I'm kind of really curious about this sword. It's really cool. Has some eyes on it. It's kind of sick. Reminds me of that, the 5-star version of, like, the purple swords that Ayaka uses. But with, like, a cool glow to it. And, like, pinkish color instead of purple.
That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
Well, that was rude.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase. Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha.
I like this option.
Hey, don't be mean. I'm unsmart lots of the time.
Name one. Just name me one.
Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go fight Kazuha right away and tell him to watch his back. Oh? What kind of hunch? A special connection? You mean beyond already knowing each other? Yeah, maybe a little. But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that doesn't really prove anything.
That's extremely judgmental, Paimon. I don't know if you want to say that.
Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so he won't get into any danger.
I'm pretty sure Kazuha can take care of himself, but okay.
Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there.
I mean, it's pretty cool so far. I'm really curious about the sword guy. I kind of wish Genshin actually, like, made, like, NPC characters a little bit more unique. Because you kind of forget about them, half the time.
Hey! Hello? Do you know where Kazuha is?
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha.
I mean, can't blame them. I want to know about him too.
If it's because of that battle on Nezuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
Oh, so you still don't know what he did?
I've heard bits and pieces. It's something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi.
Oh yeah, he did do that. That was pretty sick.
Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be?
I mean, it should be unblockable, in theory, so I assume it is.
Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved. He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryou Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him.
I was really upset that Kazuha didn't keep like his Electro vision, because I thought we might get like a version 0.2 of Kazuha where he just combines like Anemo and Electro, like double vision, because that would be pretty sick.
I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable. Thank you! Guess we'll go pay a visit to the Tenryou Commission.
All right then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Alright, let's go find out what our boy is up to. Probably just making haikus as he usually does.
Oh? It's you.
Indeed it is.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
I think I heard about it a little bit. Something about like his father. I'm not 100% familiar. Let's see if they tell me about it.
There was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class.
Ah, I see that was about. Because I do remember there was like some story in one of the events. I think it was one of those like autumn events. That wasn't too long ago. I think it was during September. I think that's when we learned a little bit about Kaidahara clan and like Kazuha's dad, who kind of left him. Who I still think might be like a playable character unless he passed away, which I don't really remember if he has or if we've been told about it. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil.
Oh, I see. So Scaramouche kind of offed them off. I see. I didn't know that. And fair enough. If I knew that, I mean, I guess rip Kazuha's relatives. Pretty sad. Pretty sad. Okay, I kind of miss this. Both the Katahara and Kamisara clans were accountable for lax oversight and just a period of great turmoil. Oh, I see. So they fled to Tsaritsa. Those cowards.
We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaedahara clans was neither proper nor just.
Well, then why did you do it?
Considering Mr. Kaedahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past.
That's the first time I heard the word recompense in a while. It's kind of neat.
In the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
I guess.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the Almighty Shogun and the Shogunate at large.
Kazuha, how you talking with your mouth shut? That's impressive. That's exceptionally impressive. But yeah, the reason why I actually like Kazuha is because he's so nonchalant about pretty much everything. Like, Shogun literally killed his best friend, and he's like, you know what? I'll forgive you. Which is, like, impressive to me, because I don't know if I would be the same on his place. But yeah, that's why I kind of like him.
However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaedahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the Almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode.
I also like the way he talks. It's quite fun.
Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there was another Kaedahara Kazuha in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike.
Well, he did. With the power of friendship and his dead friend's vision on his side.
Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
Those haters, how dare they? Besmirch my man's good name. Unbelievable.
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still.
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider.
Not now, Kazuha. I'm busy reading your story. Sorry.
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Well, I'm glad you asked after 5 minutes of me just standing here blankly staring in your way. I came here to learn more about you, my man. I mean, as well as just kind of admire you, I guess, from afar. but that's kind of the gist of it.
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
It's one of those cloud chases, Kazuha. They just want some of your cloud. Can you believe it? I guess this one.
No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked him, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
Whatever you say, Kazuha.
He knows the most about what goes on in town.
Sorry, Paimon, don't have time for your stuff.
See what Ryuji has to say.
I need to go chase my boy. But yeah, so far, so good. A little bit of a mystery. A little bit of a awesome story development.
A quick question.
Greg, it's a fate, I guess. Sorry, I didn't read your message a little bit earlier. No, I was too engrossed in the story.
Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaedahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaedahara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
I mean, it wasn't really an assault, it was like more of a one-sided beating they gave the guy, but sure.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaedahara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaedahara's personal information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait. Even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
I mean, a million mora couldn't get you that far, Paimon. I don't know what you think it is, but a million mora is like, what, 2 upgrades? It's not that much. Just calm down.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaedehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads, and I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
Knowing Tenryou Commission, I'm pretty sure they don't get involved in anything, except harassing my boy Ito, which I don't appreciate. So I don't like him.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
My prowess comes from my dull blade. I'm pretty sure, Kazuha, if you had one, you would understand the power it wields. It's not me. It's the equipment I have.
I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me.
That's a weird way of saying thank you, Kazuha, for taking the blame for you, but sure.
For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaedehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
As I said, Kazuha, it's power of friendship. If fairy tale told me anything, power of friendship can go really far. And it could go through even the hardest of times. Could get you anywhere you want. And as long as you have power of friendship, anything is possible.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma! Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details.
They could just went for a few drinks. I mean, I'm just saying, as you said, they're both 2 grown men. They don't really need to report where they are, but fair enough.
I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Sure, can't hurt. We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Alright, we got a little bit more of a lore. It's pretty good, pretty good. Let's talk to this old man.
Ah, if it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha, what brings you here today?
Law. So tell me, spill the beans, old man, or I'll have to use force.
Huh? You 2 know each other?
Yes, The Kaedahara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the two clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects. Yes, you may recall the story of the Raiden Gokaden from the Iridori Festival.
I think I do. I think that's what was the one that I was thinking about Kazuha's dad.
Though all bladesmiths trace their craft back to the same source, over time, each of us has arrived at a different blade-making philosophy, spawning the development of different branches of the same art. As an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand.
Oh, I see. So it's like when Scaramouche wasn't evil. Makes sense.
There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life. As for the art of the Kaedahara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art.
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Ishin blade chooses its owner.
And the dull blade chose us. That's why we are the protagonist, which means it's gonna stay with us throughout the entire journey. And if we throw it out, it's just gonna pretty much make us like a normal person. You see, that's where all the power comes from. It's not from within you, it's from your weapon. I knew it.
You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedahara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan.
Oh, hey Timmy. Hope you're doing well.
But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryou Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it.
But yeah, in case you're wondering what we're doing today, I just started doing like Kazuha's quest. And it's pretty good so far. I didn't really get that far, so you didn't miss too much, in case you didn't do it yourself. So buckle up and enjoy the ride.
But I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryou Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse. And neither of them came back. Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Well, you clearly don't know much about him then, old man, do you? Because I've seen it with my own eyes, so... He had a glowing blade and everything. You're lying to me, old man, and I don't like it.
Huh. Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me.
Sure, no worries, Greg. Have a good one.
Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry, you have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Alright, that was pretty interesting. So far the story's pretty good.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again.
That's a pretty interesting voice. Quite deep. Kinda like it.
I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He go into glowing swords and never look back.
He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance.
I see. I think I know where this is going.
I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him. But making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Damn, that's pretty harsh.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament.
Well, this is just sad at this point.
And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me.
Hey, Greg. Just getting into some domestic relationship stuff and pretty sad stuff, honestly.
The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Amin Omayuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Yeah, I can't imagine, like... Because, like, hobbies are good, but, like, if you get too invested in them where you kind of, like, forget about your own family, it's kind of messed up, honestly. Because if you're, like, alone, like, if you live alone, all you need to care is about your own well-being. But if you have, like, people depending on you, it's kind of hard to, like, decide whether you, like, should take responsibility, really, for other people. Because, like, don't get me wrong, hobbies are good for you. Oh, divorce? I mean, fair enough. My parents were divorced as well, like, I went through that too, so... It's just life. I mean, sometimes people just meet and they're not suitable for each other. This kind of happens. I mean, you can't really help it. Sometimes you're young, you make silly decisions, you know?
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Amin Omayuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument.
I mean, it's a cursed sword.
This situation is getting a little confusing.
Oh yeah, sorry to hear that, Greg. I mean, yeah. We're separated, unfortunately, about the same age for me. And, yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, I had to live with my mom for a while, and, like, you know, it's pretty harsh on, like, a single parent to raise a child and stuff like that. But yeah, sorry to hear that, honestly, yeah. But I mean, in life, you gotta be a fighter, kinda. Otherwise, the life just gonna steamroll you.
A little confusing. More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned.
Yeah, same with me. I mean, I message him every now and again, but I'm not that close to him, so I do relate to that. It's rough, you know, because sometimes you just want to, like, you know, live your best life, but sometimes your past kind of drags you down a little bit. You just gotta kind of understand that sometimes there's negatives and sometimes there are positives, and you gotta take each for what it is and just try not to let it get to you too much. Otherwise, it's just gonna dictate your entire life, and that's not really that healthy. I've definitely been there. I mean, I can talk from my personal experience, because all it would lead to is like depression, and you don't really want to go there because there's just a spiral of no return at that point. Just gotta pick yourself up to the best of your abilities and roll with the punches, as they say, even if it's not that easy sometimes. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to get sentimental. But yeah, it's a topic I unfortunately very familiar with as well.
Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and... Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
That is the most likely conclusion based on everything we know. What started as a disagreement over the price escalated and ultimately turned into a tragedy.
Or the cursed sword became alive and took over their minds. I mean, anything could have went.
However, in this case, only one of the parties would have started the fire. That would make the other party innocent, and they would have no reason to hide themselves from the public. If this is indeed what happened, and the innocent man hasn't come forward yet, then it suggests they may have already lost their life. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
Tax evasion, my man. You burn your house down, you get tax back, you pay off your debt. Pretty easy solution, honestly. I don't know why you didn't come to that conclusion yourself, Kazuha, but no worries, I got you.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, But where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
This looks like a murder mystery to me. And I've done plenty of those in games. So, my hunch is telling me that the Nagato man, the one in debt, tried to sell a sword that was corrupting his mind, and the sword became alive and started corrupting the samurai guy, and then the samurai guy kinda offed the Nagata, and now he's on a rampage for whatever reason. That's my best guess.
Wait.
Based on evidence and facts. So, pretty good one if I do say so myself.
I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. The remnants of the Tatarigami. Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh! So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time. From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters, but most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside. If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
Alright, I guess it's time to go to a dungeon part of the quest.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
That was too scary! Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us!
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy's source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them. Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Alright, that was some interesting development. I guess we're chasing ghosts now. Let's see.
From this point, the trail appears to split into two. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here and seems to be dissipating slowly. Quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Where are the Ghostbusters when you need them? We need to call Dan Aykroyd here, like immediately.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls! They're acting really strangely.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
It's the same ones we found in Chasm.
Stabilize. Time for retribution.
It's...
Oh, hey, Gojaberry. Hope you're doing good. We're just doing some Kazuha quests as of right now. Hope you don't mind.
By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
Alright, I'll read it for you guys. I am Nagata. I was wounded by Amenoma Yuya. He took my most precious blade. I chased him, but could not catch him. I lay down here to rest on account of my exhaustion. I thought that I might croak right here. My stomach kept on bleeding, but it seems that some strange power has sustained me. Why did he steal their blade? I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my warehouse down. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. But for some reason, I can't fall unconscious. So all I can do to distract from the pain is write. What will happen to Sachiko, Yuchi, and Yuji? I'm sorry to them. I really am. Only now do I realize how stuck in my ways I was, and how blind to my obsession. I must have been cursed. I collected all those strange and bizarre things, but they won me not one iota of happiness or warmth. Put all of it together, and it still wouldn't have been worth a single word from her mouth. Thank you, and sorry for laying you down, Sachiko. That was a little bit of a reading for you guys.
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Amenoma Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us.
That's pretty sad. Oh well.
Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to find here. Yes, right now we need to uncover some more important truths. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right, so let's get moving.
I wouldn't be surprised if he, too, fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected. It seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait, you figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
I believe so. But it's something of an outlandish idea. I will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Alright. That was pretty cool. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Let's see.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time.
Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Damn, that's the first time I actually heard Kazuha, like, well, not really shout, but I guess talk loudly, in a way. It's kind of cool.
Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before! What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Ame no Meyuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Ame no Meyuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Ame no Meyuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter.
I was right. I didn't want to say it, but the cursed blades always get to me.
Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So... swords can become conscious and control people?
Well, yes, Paimon. Isn't that quite obvious? Unbelievable.
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
So Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired or injured or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful!
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun. Kaede Harakazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
Damn, that's a pretty angry sword.
Me! Solidify! Order guide you!
I'm a rock!
Let me weave you a verse.
Look at you, Bluegill!
Into the wind.
Join me and sever that divine light!
No, my sword.
Gather! Submit to me! Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too!
Your bluff's fooling no one! You've lost!
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more.
That sounds like a loser's words to me.
Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will. The end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Alright, you need to take a chill pill, my man. It's not that serious.
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenoma Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you?
Indeed.
On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenoma Yuya and make your escape.
And what of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the Blade's puppet. The Cursed Blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
But even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now, take me in your hand.
That's a pretty cool sword.
Kazuha?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected. I will. Thank you.
What should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
All right. Please lead the way.
What about Ameno Mayuya? What should we do with him?
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is not in any immediate danger.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a pretty treacherous journey. Okay, fine. Just be careful.
Alright, that was a pretty long one, but it was quite interesting. I mean, I did expect like the cursed blade situation to begin anyway, but it was kind of fun finding out the backstory of it. No, I don't think it ended yet. I'm pretty sure I still need to do a little bit more. But yeah, the story's pretty good. Oh, I guess we're going solo Kazuha.
This journey to me.
Nah, no worries, Greg.
One with nature.
I actually kind of want to see something. Is this an actual real weapon that we do have? Because I don't know if it's just me, but I don't remember if we do have it. Because the weapon looks actually pretty sick. It would be cool if we did have it actually in the game.
The wind knows me. The fairy. One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call. The fairy. The wind knows me.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
Nope, almost missed the chest.
Time to go.
No other ones, right? Doesn't look like it.
Get down to business.
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Into the wind.
Finally, I can feel the
Whoa! Something's up with the blade!
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Amano Mayuya?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Well, perseverance is important, so I do respect that. Just checking if there's any blades. I mean chests.
Time to go. The wind knows me. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
You okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight!
Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Perhaps this time, we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk!
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I've finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from? Yup, we can help this time!
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same. Time to go.
I'm ready!
That hurts!
I'm pretty sure Kazuha doesn't use Lion's Roar. I'm not sure. What's that one?
The wind knows me. Into the wind. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
You fought way better with your own sword.
Yeah, I thought so as well. That's why I was like, Lion's Roar, that doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure that was Kaching's weapon.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art.
Don't forget about our friendship, that's the most important one.
There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Damn, that's cold, Kazuha.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
All right. Oh, okay. Nothing to say.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith. That they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
It's a pretty interesting story.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numbed the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Amenoma Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Amenoma Yuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. He must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others.
That is a drastic change in voice. I didn't expect that.
I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryu Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention?
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Alright, that was interesting. I guess it's time for the final battle. Let's see how fun it's gonna be.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash. Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
The wind knows me.
Alright, Yuya. Let's see how far you can go.
One with nature.
Against a wind boy himself.
Into the wind. The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
I think Yuya is stuck. Yuya? I love Genshin. For stuff like that.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Into the wind. One with nature. Fine. Clouds high. The birds call.
Alrighty.
Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness. Nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedahara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaedahara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there for?
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
That's kind of interesting. Let's see what it's all about. But yeah, so far Kazuha's story was really good. It was a little bit dry in places, but overall was pretty fun. I had quite a good time.
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade. Turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bantan Sango Detective Agency tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
But... Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
That's quite intriguing.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean?
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin
Ah, I see.
is now yours to keep.
I see.
Rest in peace.
So it's a 4-star weapon.
So
That's kind of cool.
that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha?
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait, shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Alright, I guess it's almost time to wrap up the quest. I mean, that cutscene with the blade was really cool. I didn't actually know that the 4-star weapon we got a few months back was actually involved in this quest. That's really cool.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanoma Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well. I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
What a quest. It's probably one of the strongest quests we had in Genshin. Let's see how it looks on my boy.
All right, let's head off.
The wind knows me.
I do like Ooh, it shines even. Looks kind of nice.
Wind Strider.
It's a pretty good sword as well. Not like the greatest, but pretty good. But yeah, that was pretty tear-jerking quest.
Time to go. One with nature.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll do Tenari's one at some point. I still have like these 4 to go through, since I didn't really do like Sumeru yet. But I will do them at some point. I'll probably tomorrow actually go through the main story. I'll probably catch up to the actual main story part of Genshin. I'll try to do as much as possible tomorrow. Today I'll just keep doing like daily stuff. But yeah, we might actually do Tenari's one tomorrow if I have enough keys. Yeah, I do have 1 key, so we might actually do it tomorrow.
Need my help?
Alright, I think there's one more. Yeah, here.
Solidify!
Verdict is...
Add Astro. Thank you for
I guess we can do a few domain runs, since I do have a little bit of resin here. Let's see, who should I do domains runs for? My Ganyu is pretty okay. I don't think she really needs artifacts. Kazuha... I guess I kinda need Kazuha's this stands new version. I guess let's farm some Kazuha artifacts. I guess I might as well do it in co-op just to make it a little bit more fun. Because I can blast through it by myself pretty easily, but it might not be as fun. Unless nobody's gonna join. Because then... I'll probably call it a day after the domain runs, I'll see. Unless there's something else I can think of that would be kind of fun to do.
Time to go.
You've been a naughty boy.
Pay your dues. Burn!
Retribution!
Nope. Nope. Actually, I guess maybe if get crit damage. I always don't understand people who just leave the main after doing it once. Well, maybe I should have done it myself. That's the only issue I had was like doing co-op, that people just leave sometimes without saying anything. But oh well. At least it's a little bit more fun doing it in co-op than doing it by myself. Because usually by myself I just blast through it in like a minute. But at least this way, get some interesting interactions. Unfortunately, a lot of people play on their phones, so it takes them longer to load. I've been there. Every time I try to play on my phone, it's a nightmare. It takes like at least 2 minutes to load into anything, really. And it's not even, I don't even have like that bad of a phone either. Nope. This one's actually pretty good. I guess people nowadays speak in emojis. Let's see, what do I do? Yeah, maybe later. Actually, haven't used emojis in Genshin chat.
Be still. Wind and cloud.
Let me amuse myself. Let's move out.
Maybe. Not really. I did it, Greg, as you asked. Apparently people know I'm afraid.
There you are.
Another test subject. Freeze!
Time to go. Fallen leaves.
Oh, we got 3. No. No. Unfortunately, nothing good. Let's do one more. And then I'll just condense the rest for tomorrow.
Another test subject.
Verdict is... Fallen leaves. Adorn my knights. Retribution! Mind the deluge.
The wrong test subject.
Nope. Maybe. Yeah, not so bad. All right. Oh, I guess unable to exit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no worries, Greg. Have a good one. Hopefully you sort it out. I hope it's nothing too serious. Oh yeah, Bones. Yeah, I just found this GIF and I kind of fell attached to it. It was kind of fun. I just kind of cropped it a little bit and put it as a waving hand. I think I put it in description, like the link for it if you kind of want it.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of 22. I always had a little bit of a deeper voice, I guess. It could be to do with the fact that I'm fairly tall as well. I'm like 6'4", which I think is about 198 centimeters. No, 194. Yeah, 194. So yeah, could be because of that. I'm not 100% sure. It could also be that OBS kind of makes my voice a little bit deeper. I mean, it's pretty deep, but it's not like super deep. I mean, technically you can grow till, I think it was like 30. So unless you're over 30 years of age, you still have hope of growing. Unless doctors align. Because I think technically your bones stop growing when you are, I think late 20s, probably. So, if you aren't satisfied with your height, or like, voice, I guess, in a sense, probably should eat more like calcium. That's what I did as a child. Because my parents are not even that tall, really. Like my father is about 6 foot. And my mom is about 5'8". So, yeah. You just gotta have a good diet, I guess.
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Alright, what was I doing? Ooh, I've been streaming for already 4 hours. It's quite a lot. I might call it a day, actually. I mean, we did quite a lot today. Tomorrow, I think I probably will start doing, like, the main quest for, the Sumeru. Because I didn't do it yet. And I think it might be quite fun. Because I still haven't, like, unlocked Sumeru. I still have a lot to explore. which should be quite fun. We might have a few good laughs while doing so. And we actually might try doing some more story quests, like for Tanari, I guess. So that should be quite fun. But yeah, it was quite enjoyable today, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a good time. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Probably about the same time I started today. Maybe a little bit earlier. I'll see how it goes. But yeah, hopefully I would be able to stream a little bit more regularly. Since my schedule freed up a little bit. But yeah. If you ever feel like chatting with me, just let me know. Type something in the chat, say hello, and we might do some fun co-op stuff together, if that's what you're into. But yeah, have a good night, guys. Keep it positive, and I hope your luck is treating you well on Nahida's banner. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.